Hello everybody, I am back. So, today we are finally playing more Minecraft. There's going to be a lot to talk about with what's changed in the world, because I had to do a lot of automating for things that we've already done in the past, and I do mean a lot. So, we're gonna get into it in just 1 second. Okay. So, actually, I'm gonna put up the BRB screen for a second just so I don't reveal anything yet. Because I want to talk about things in a specific order, and I forgot to put my character in. That in the right place to do that. Okay. So, as you can see, there is a lot of machinery here. I will go over the process of pretty much all of these machines in a little bit here. But this is everything that was necessary in order to automate all of the stuff that we've done so far. And there is no duplicate recipes being done. Like, these endo silicon plates, they are only being made here and nowhere else. These copper wires are only being made here and nowhere else, etc., etc. So every single thing here is making exactly one item that was necessary for automation. So that is the biggest first change that you can see. Just the fact that we have shitloads of machines now. Most of them aren't running most of the time. If they were all running all the time, I would not be able to sustain the amount of energy that requires. So it is very good that only some of them are running. Beyond that, you might be able to tell that this is taking up a lot of extra space. And if you remember from a month and a half ago or whenever we last played, there was only a little bit of space here. I mean, we cleared out a flat area to the left, but I took the time to do a little bit more than that. I cleared out all of this area. Now, it's been a while, so you probably don't remember what this used to look like, but there was a mountain here. That's what used to be here. There was a mountain stretching from just pretty much the edge of those all the way over to about the edge of this. Somewhere here-ish. Maybe a little bit more this way. But, I took the time to clear all of that out so that we would have tons of space for machines and we wouldn't have to worry about spacing at all. Yeah, but then I didn't think that was enough. So I took the time to clear out 3 blocks underneath that space as well. So we have a lot of space to work underneath as well. So we can put all our machinery on top and we can do all of our piping down below so that it looks more organized. And because we have 3 blocks, we have lots of room to work with no matter where we have to pipe or how many pipes have to cross paths. As you can see, we have 4 beacons now. I went and fought the Wither 3 times, or 4 times. I think it was 4 times, actually. That way I would have an extra nether star. No? Okay, it must have just been 3 times. So, no matter where in this flat area, if I open up the map, you can see it on here. No matter where in this flat area you are, you will always have the nutrition buff. So that means I don't have to eat so long as I am here, which is very nice. I also took the time to do the torch that prevents mobs from spawning. Although I think I only actually needed 1 of those in order to actually cover this full area, so that was very easy. And I no longer know where it is. It's somewhere underneath the floor down here. Towards the center somewhere. Beyond that, I also made sure to do the dehumidifier so that all of this area is covered, which means we don't have to deal with rain sounds or rain particles while we are in this area. I moved my villagers down below here. I think some of them have actually died since last time. Again, they just turned into witches again while they were up there, so hopefully the way I currently have it set up prevents them from being turned into witches. That is why I have that lightning rod, just so that it would cover this area and lightning would strike there, not over here by the villagers at all. I guess I can show off that there's this area which is producing the ore. And handling all of the refinement. So that's where we're getting a lot of our resources for this. I had to make a second boiler just so that this could be on its own. Network system. So that each of these would be able to handle the amount of energy that's required to do them at various times. What else? Thoughts. 2 more things to talk about, or 1 thing to briefly show. So this has a couple more drawers now. You know, we added a drawer for diamonds, which are getting made. We have added a drawer for silicon, for battery alloy, aluminum. I think this is a new drawer. Plus a lot of drawers for dust, because we had to have tiny dust for these 2 things. We are inputting tiny dust so that we can get the full large dust here. We need aluminum tiny dust for something. We're inputting beryllium tiny dust here, I believe. Maybe we aren't. Oh, no, we're going to need beryllium tiny dust. That's what it is. You put that into the implosion compressor. Plus, there's a bunch of dusts that we're filling up these with. And finally, there is the Certus Quartz drawer, which is new. And as you can see, it is already completely full. And I'll talk about how I got this much Certus Quartz, since I did not do it via trading. That would have taken way too long. Well, actually, this also took way too long, but it was done automatically. I would have had to do it manually that way for a really long time. This way, it was just sitting around letting it build. Well, other things happened, or related other things. But the way that is filled up with Certus Quartz is that this is gathering Certus Quartz from flawless budding Certus Quartz blocks, which you get via Spectrum with this recipe in one of the things I'll talk about in a little bit here. And then you just have to place them near this, and it will mine the full clusters for you. So that is, so I put all of these down here, and now I have had it gather 131,072. And a final thing to talk about is Spectrum. I did not just a lot of Spectrum, I did all of Spectrum offline. You know, when we last left off, we had just gotten to the I think to the CMY pedestal variant. I don't think we'd even built the multi-block. So I had only intended to get all of the colored saplings. But the problem was, some of the colored saplings came later, and I didn't know how much longer it would be. I figured it would just be like one more step, or a couple more steps before I got to it. And I did get to another sapling not too long later. But that still wasn't the end, so I kept trying to figure out more how to get the saplings. And it was a very confusing process, but eventually I found out that there is a second chapter to this, and that is where you get the saplings, finally. I can't actually remember where. I don't actually know if it's listed in the chapter at all. No, it doesn't look like it is. Oh, here it is. Yeah, once you get through all of this area. So, at that point, I had done far too much in my efforts, and I had realized before I got to the saplings that I was doing too much, but I was just like, this is also just a really confusing mod pack. And without knowing what you're doing, I wouldn't have gotten very far on stream at any point. So doing it off stream was actually kind of nice, because it let me figure out what the hell to do for most of this mod pack, where things are mostly just very confusing. Like, a lot of stuff here, because of how much it hides from you in the UI, there is a lot of stuff here that is just very confusing to figure out. And not a lot of it is recorded online. Some of it is, you can find some videos occasionally, but a lot of it is just not explained anywhere. So doing it offline really helped to let me figure out how the hell it works without worrying about the process. So I'm not really going to show off much of Spectrum. Like, I can come over here and show the final multi-block structures, but like we aren't going to be using it for the rest of the mod pack. I guess I can talk about that in a second. And unless there's anything specifically with enchantments, then there is maybe a little bit of it that we'll do, but not really much. This is because one of the things, I can actually go down below to show it off. There's this plant called the jade vines, and it only grows at night. But the problem is, if you let it see daylight, it gets destroyed. So you have to make sure that it can see the night, or see the light at night, but not see the light at day. So I had to make a, I don't know if it had to be a 3x3, maybe just a 2x2 or even just a 1x1 might have worked. But I went with making a 3x3. And it's just the classic, actually I don't know if this is the classic. I did all the designing for this myself. I could have just looked up a tutorial on how to do a 3x3 piston door, but I decided I wanted to try and figure it out myself. So I did, and this is what I came up with. Luckily, because of how I'm doing the piston door, I didn't have to worry about this glass being in the way, which others would if they were making a 3x3 piston door, so that kind of made things simple for me. But I mean, it probably wouldn't be that hard to find a way to do it without this. You would just need to put like a piston here, sticky piston here facing this way with a redstone block here. And then it would push that into that to activate that. Then you would just get rid of this block and put a piece of redstone here, leave this block here, put a repeater into this block, and then put the daylight detector right there. That would probably work, but I'm not going to test it. So we won't be doing any Spectrum in this playthrough. If we ever get a mod pack that has it again, I will try to, well, hopefully it'll have a very in-depth quest log like this, because I do always tend to just do whatever the quest logs tell me to, and ignore more of the stuff that they don't tell me to do. But yeah, if we ever get Spectrum again, I will be showing that off more, because then I'll actually have some memories of how you're supposed to do various things, so it won't be as hard to figure things out, even if it does take a little bit to remember everything. But from Spectrum, we have got some equipment. So we have these, actually no, that artifact isn't from Spectrum. We have this belt which gives you some temporary hearts. We have this potion bottle which lets you equip potion effects, and it uses ink to maintain them. So this will mostly just be something I equip if I have to fight something or leave the base for any reason. Same with the slippers here. We have this knowledge gem, which has a lot of XP that I've slowly been building up just from mostly killing wandering traders, actually. But some of it was also from, well, quite a bit of it was also from killing mobs at the mob grinder for a bit. So we have 83 levels stored up. We also have new armor that we're wearing. It is bedrock armor that you make in the fusion shrine that was over there. You use a bunch of materials that we never got to, and maybe in the future I will show. But now all of my armor is completely unbreaking. And it's all good. And you see that the numbers here are much, much higher than we can normally enchant to. I'll talk about that in 1 second. The other items are... there's this wispy circlet that you can make that prevents the spawning of phantoms, which was very nice to find. Oh, there's the 7 League boots here, which... they increase both movement speed and step height. Enchanting them with the power enchant further increases the movement speed bonus. Yeah, so these just make you run faster, and it's what has been letting me just step up things like this. There's the Gloves of Dawn's Grasp, which increase your reach, so I can now reach this all the way from here, which is just a nice quality of life thing. There's the Heartsinger's Reward, which grants you more hearts. And there is the Time in a Bottle, which this will give you some sense of how long I've been on the server just letting things run. There is 447 hours built up into this. That is a lot of time. I didn't actually realize how much time I had spent just letting the game run so that things could build up. But it'll make things easier, because the only thing that we don't have full right now is the analog circuits, because they all got used up to make the electronic circuits, which a lot of those were used to make the advanced machine hulls. So right now, that is the only thing that still has to build itself back up, but I didn't think it would be too hard on the system that isn't full. Hopefully. At least not while we are on the server making things. So, about the enchantments. Oh, actually, about these tools first. So we have a new sword that does a lot of damage. We have a bow, which we didn't previously. I don't actually use it that much. Well, I don't know. I use it when I want to shoot at things from far away, which is, what you're supposed to use a bow for. And then there is the Glass Crest Work Staff. This is a very end-game item in Spectrum. And the thing that's nice about it is you can actually change oh, right, that's how you do that. You can actually change what stuff is enabled, plus it actually lets you choose from 3 enchantments. Resonance is only related to Spectrum. It's actually how you can pick up budding blocks. So, budding onyx, budding topaz, moonstone, citrine, amethyst, all of these, you can just easily pick them up with resonance without damaging them. But we stick to Silk Touch so that I can mine things without them becoming other things. And then fortune is also here if you need it for anything. But I mostly stick to silk touch. Then we have efficiency, which just makes us mine faster. Raising, which makes us mine faster for blocks that are very durable, like obsidian. I think that's what raising is, right? Yes. And then we have steadfast, which is what keeps this from being destroyable when thrown into lava and stuff like that, much like these bedrock items are. Oh, I should have put steadfast on the slime boots. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe I'll show off a little bit of how you make stuff like that. Indestructible, which makes us not have any durability, or never loses durability, however you want to think of it. And then that's the silk touch thing, so. And to finally talk about enchantments. Along with these special enchantments, so along with these special enchantments, the reason that they can get so high is actually because of this thing, the tool leveling table. What you can do is put your item in here. Sorry, give me a second. Put your item in here, you fill this with... I'm just going to take diamonds so that I don't accidentally fill up the system. With items, it's kind of like EMC value, but it's for enchantment leveling stuff. And then you can put the worth into the item and it will upgrade the enchantment. I'm not actually going to click on anything, but this is how you get all of those things that are at X, which is level 10, which is the highest that this system allows. So, with all of that, I think it's time to go through some of these machines. So, last time we were on, we had just started with these alloy smelters and this furnace, these two macerators, and the cobblestone generator. Do I still have... I do. I did make extra, so that I would be able to easily make the next tier whenever we got to that. So, what I have done since then is, well, before I actually start going down this way, I'm actually going to go up first. I have done the item pipes, the fluid pipes, which required automating the glass into glass pane, copper rings from rods, copper rods from ingots, plates and copper rings into gears, plates, curved plates and rods into drill heads, which would become the copper drills, the copper blades that are necessary for the copper rotors, steel rings, steel rods. This is the plates into curved plates. This is the ingots into plates. So essentially, I had to automate shitloads of everything. And if I get an aerial view, you can see that there is this yellow pipe which connects all through there, all the way up to there, through that, all the way over to there. And all of that is actually entirely necessary, because there are just so many different things required in so many places that this pipe ends up being the main one that most things end up connecting to at some point, just so that I can get something like, say, where's steel plates? Because those, well, actually I can go with steel rods. So it allows me to take something like these steel rods and connect them all the way up to here to make magnetic steel rods. And there was just a bunch of things like that, just kept needing to get to many places all at once. So it ended up becoming a giant connected system of things. So yeah, this is a very complicated mess of things. But all of this is just to make everything in that top bar here. It took however many machines this is, I do not want to count. Although I am going to make an estimate. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 20 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it would be 77, but we're missing huge chunks of that, so if we just make that like 50-ish, 50 plus 20-ish down here is 70-ish total. So there's about 70 machines here, plus I had to make 5 electric blast furnaces just to make steel, silicon, aluminum, soldering alloy, and oil. So yeah, there's like 75 or 80-ish machines here, plus there's all of these, and there's like how many is that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 28, plus that is 30. So there's well over 100 machines that we had to make. Just, well, I did this offline, so this wasn't as much of a we thing, but I had to make a lot of machines just to get all of this automated. Fortunately, as we continue to go further, it doesn't actually add as many every time, because a lot of the machines are just going to be relying on this. So we'll just keep building this up further and further. I will say one thing that I kind of want to do is move this setup over there more. Just like the boiler, the pyrolise oven, this mixer, these turbines, and this storage unit. I would leave this stuff all where it is. Some of it will be getting torn down eventually. like that. I don't need that. I really want to do that right now, actually, before I build up more stuff. Okay, give me a second and then I'll do that. That is kind of everything that I did offline. So today, the plan that we're going to try and go through is start going through this long list of fluids. So we're gonna have to make a oil rig, another oil rig so that we can put aluminum drills through to get crude oil. We aren't gonna be automating aluminum drills because we're just gonna be making stainless steel drills later on. So automating these is kind of pointless. But luckily, most of this other stuff is already automated. So we are just going to have to make the aluminum drill heads and probably the pumps. Yeah. We're going to have to make the pumps and the aluminum drill heads so that we can make aluminum drills. We're probably just going to start by making like 4 stacks, turning that into crude oil, and then running that through a distillery to make sulfuric light fuel. And then we're going to have to make another oil drilling rig so that we can get salt water to turn into brine, to turn into hydrogen. And we will also be making this other stuff at the same time. Which, when we combine with sulfuric light fuel, will give us light fuel and sulfuric acid. The sulfuric acid we need in order to make... Actually, we do need it in order to make the platinum sulfuric solution. I don't think we're gonna care about doing that right now, though. Because even once we get platinum dust, we don't have Comfort here yet, but even if we did... I don't think this is particularly useful to us. Because we aren't at EV tier yet. We're still trying to make digital stuff. So yeah, we aren't going to worry about the platinum solution, but it is important for the manganese sulfuric solution. Which we aren't going to do titanium in yet, but instead we're going to start getting manganese tiny dust. Which is going to be very important for making stainless steel, which is one of the things we need to work towards. So that's what we're needing to do to get this short part gets us to sulfuric acid, which is what we need to get to one of the things for stainless steel. From that, we're also going to be getting light fuel, which we aren't going to be using as fuel, but instead we will be combining with steam to make steam-cracked light fuel. And the steam-cracked light fuel will... be going into a distillery for 2 things. Methane and ethylene. Well, actually, we'll need 2 different distilleries in order to do this until we can make the distillation tower, which is one of the reasons why we aren't going to be automating upgrades until we get to the distillation tower, because we need ethylene for the upgrades, but we also need a lot of other stuff for other things. So it is most simply done by just holding off until we get the distillation tower, and instead only automating the 2 things that we actually need to worry about right now: methane and ethylene. From methane, we are going to combine that with chlorine, which we get from the brine. This is another thing that we're going to be using from that brine mixture to get hydrochloric acid and chloroform. The chloroform... Actually, no, let's talk about hydrochloric acid first. So the hydrochloric acid we will be combining with chromium crushed dust, which we also have a lot of saved up from all of my time spent offline, will make us the chromium hydrochloric solution, which will then become hydrogen and chlorine again, and chromium tiny dust, which is the other thing we need in order to make stainless steel. It's also what we need in order to make Conthol dust. So this entire process up to hydrochloric acid is what we need in order to get stainless steel and Conthol. But continuing on, we're going to be getting chloroform and hydrofluoric acid. Hydrofluoric acid we get by combining fluorine and hydrogen, and the fluorine we get from an electronic blast furnace. The hydrofluoric acid we combine with chloroform, as I mentioned, and we get back some of the hydrochloric acid that it took to make it, and we get tetrafluoroethylene. Tetrafluoroethylene will then be combined with oxygen, which we have plenty of in supply, and tetrafluoroethylene in order to make polytetrafluoroethylene, which finally gets us to the point where we can make the op amp with resistor, transistor, diodes, all of which we are already making. This gets us the op amp, which we'll use in order to get the AND gate, NOT gate, and OR gate, which we will use in order to make the digital circuit with something that we need from the ethylene. We will be using probably lead tiny dust to start with to make polyethylene. And then we will be using that polyethylene in order to make digital circuits with everything here. And the only thing here that we aren't making yet is the stainless steel plates, which is why we need that whole process to make stainless steel. Once we get those, we will have everything needed to make the digital circuits, which will get us to the HV tier. So all of that is essentially just describing this long process to get to here, as well as this process to get to Is there another way to make chloroform? No, that's it. Okay. It is primarily used in the production of polytetraethylene. Okay, yeah, so it's that long process is just describing how we're going to get from here to this and this so that we can make this and so that we can go through this chain of events. And once we get this automated, we will be able to also mostly automate all the stuff necessary for this. But we'll be able to automate all of this stuff, definitely. This will require automating this. The only thing that isn't automatable until after we get the stainless steel drill is this recipe. Because we need neodymium, which we mostly get from monazite, which we only get from the stainless steel drill. So we won't get shale oil automated or any of these ores, which we mostly just need to worry about automating the monazite at first. Until after we also have the stainless steel drills. But that's fine. It'll just be a very weird process for a little bit. And the nice part is once we do get these automated, the shale oil can be immediately transferred into sulfuric crude oil, which will get us crude oil right away. So it's pretty easy to switch to automating this after we have the drill set up. So, we are almost an hour in, and we are finally ready to actually get into all of that. But first, yeah, we don't need these. I actually want to keep these pipes in. I'm probably just going to end up moving that at some point. So at some point here, I'm probably gonna... Well, I'm definitely gonna end up changing this because I will no longer need this synthetic oil. Because I will be using styrene butadiene. That won't be until after we have everything switched over to HV tier. I kind of want to line this up perfectly with this. It just seems like it would make for a nice symmetry. V energy input. And we are going to end up connecting this to the red piping here. Which means, yes, this is the best side. Actually, no. This is the best side to put it on. Because we'll connect the red pipe to here and then pipe it into here. Pipe. That's coal. And then on the other side, we have a fluid input at the bottom, steel item output on this side, steel fluid output on this side. Steel fluid input, output. That was the wrong one, that's why. Do we need to do anything else with the steam? I don't think so, not at this moment. Nor with the coke. So it shouldn't particularly matter other than the question of where we put the electric mixer. So we can either put the electric mixer to the left or right of this block. I guess it's easiest to connect up if we go on the right of this block. Or specifically this side. So this needs to be our fluid output, this needs to be our item output. And then do I have the... No, I leave one gap on each side. Fluid input. Yes, and then we need to get water over here somehow. Probably just gonna pipe it all the way from over there. Also going to do that on this side, actually. Because we need to get water to this as well. And then I will no longer need these entangled actually, I will still want this entangled tank, but it'll be so that I can more easily get water over to these rather than to get water from here over to there. Did I put the box there? I'm trying to kind of mirror this one. I did. Because I really like how compact that one ended up being. out, so that will take steam out, and there we go. That will put steam there. That is going to start heating up now. I believe I need coal dust. So this is going to input a lot of coal into here. So we need to get a red pipe over to the electric mixer. We need to get electrum cable all throughout here. And we need to pipe water all the way over there. First things first, we need... Oh, that's actually a pretty good reason to have it on the other side. There we go. Okay. Out. Put that up one so that we prioritize this. 2, 3, 1, 2. Probably rework that piping in a second. Where did I put the storage unit for this system? Did I not put one here? Is this just running raw? It is just running raw. I guess I never... Yeah, probably didn't have the MV tier stuff automated yet. I believe I want it to go this way, actually. Actually, I need to give this a little jump start. No, because I'll be supplying it with water from this. Okay, and we are going to put this on the other side. In... This is going to take a little bit to fill up. Yeah, we're going to have to use the steel mallet on all of these machines over here for... But that'll be in a little bit. I don't like how this looks. Go with that. That looks slightly better. Oh, I see. This is filling up with energy first. That makes sense. Because it has a bunch of things that it has to refill now. I could also move this to here, pipe into here, move these pipes over one. And that would save me exactly one pipe. I don't know, that seems maybe unnecessary. So this is going to fill this up. This should start making lubricant. There we go. So it is currently using about 60 millibuckets per tick. Oh, it's just dropped down. Apparently we're closer to 16 millibuckets per tick. So we made that the priority to ensure that the system was self-sustaining. We also made this the priority, right? I mean, I suppose the nice thing is, in comparison to that system where it actually is very important that this remains self-sustaining, if this isn't getting steam, this is still getting water. Oh, but then it won't be getting coal, so yeah. That is important to prioritize. I should probably say that these are the most important things to prioritize for coal. I already did that. I'm already very smart. We will say these are our top priority for water. There we go. Is there anything that I am going to be needing to do with this that won't be automated? This, maybe. I don't think I will need to automate this. And in terms of the best ways of charging, this is our most efficient one. Energy cell. That can be either, that can be either. What do you even need charged Certus quartz for? Oh, Fluix crystals, I think. Yeah. Which you need to make various things. And I don't think we will end up automating this. Not in the same way. We'll probably automate this with... Well, not automate it, but we'll probably put it on autocraft with applied energistics. Rather than actually automating it. So we do actually need this. I'm gonna leave exactly one. Eventually we might want the mega smelters. There we go. So these machines are more important this one I no longer need. At least not here. What are the things we might need to mix with water? Oh, yeah, fluke crystals. I guess we might as well keep a photosynthetic chamber. Not that we're really consuming much. Laser engraver, unpacker, packer. You know, I think I'm going to say that we don't need to keep this here either. Do we really need two mixers? Do we need one for non-water at this point? I'm going to hazard a guess and say no. Good, everything is silent over here. Okay, so these are all of the machines that we're going to have that won't be automated to anything and will just be for us to make specific things as needed. I need to move them closer to here so that I can put the soldering alloy fluid into the assembler. As well as so that I can get lubricant into the thing. Compressor, do we need the wire mill at all anymore? I don't think so. I think I can get rid of this from being here. So I want this near the mixer to signify that those two things are related. Um, let's see. I want the compressor and the cutting machine near each other. I almost want a second compressor, actually. Just in case I need to do curved plates, which, actually, seeing as I'm probably going to be doing the aluminum drills over here, I should probably make sure that I can do everything that isn't already automated, which is just these four things. Which means the assembler will need soldering alloy fluid, I will need to be able to cut rods, I will need to be able to make gears, bend plates. That means I do want a second compressor, maybe. Then again, I can just put things through the same compressor twice. Yeah, that's probably what we'll end up doing. And the pump, which means we need to do the rotors, tin blades. We will probably just handcraft those as needed. So this we need to connect to the soldering fluid here. The cutting machine needs access to... Well, it doesn't need access to, because we'll be putting everything through manually, but we want it to be near to the compressor, and the compressor needs to be... So this needs to be near to both of these, this needs to be near to both of these, this needs to be near to both of these. This needs to be near to the soldering fluid, and this needs to be near to this. I'm thinking maybe we do all of this stuff over here. Okay. I think I want to put it on this side, actually. Cutting machine. Compressor, assembler. There we go. Unpacker, laser engraver, macerator. Okay, just gonna set that there for now. Shift and right click with a wrench. Assembler. Laser engraver, electrolyzer mixer. Okay. Go. So now we need to find the mixer and the photosynthetic chamber. I'm going to put another MV storage unit right here facing this way. And then that will be how this gets its power. I'm just going to put that over here for now. The energy input hatch. Fluid input hatch for water. Item input hatch. Item output hatch. Fluid input hatch. Okay. It's a 3x3. Go. Okay, so we can put the oak leaves and oak saplings in here. Did I just accidentally put all of those MV cables in here? There they are. Okay, let's grab everything that we don't need to have stay in here. Sisters we no longer need. Where is those other... We will keep 2 stacks of resistors, just in case I need to do any crafting with them. Actually, we'll keep all of these inductors. There we go. You know, I'm realizing now I could move all of this over one and then just deal with the piping that way by moving this more like here or something, or like here. It would look nicer. Ah, I see. I forgot to do the roof. Okay. Silence that again. So I could put the trash here and do this. Or I could put the trash here and do this. Seeing as we already have it in place for... Out. There we go. That looks very nice. Very, very nice. So the first 2 hours have mostly just been reorganizing and not really doing anything new. Now we are actually going to get started on the new things. No, we didn't get any more nether scrap. Actually, before that, I want to do the... necessary thing for opening the Twilight Forest. We can just do it here. Okay. We aren't going to be doing that today, though. So, with that, we can get started on this. Let's start by making the aluminum drills that we're going to use. So we need 1 stack of electronic circuits, 2 stacks of fluid pipes, and 2 stacks of gears. One stack of electrum cable, 2 stacks of pumps, and 1 stack of aluminum drill heads. Okay, for the pump, we need 1 stack per stack of pump. We need 2 stacks of pumps. So that means we need 2 stacks of drills. I'm just going to make 2 full stacks. So now we need 3 stacks of rotors. Sorry, 6 stacks of rotors. To make 6 stacks of rotors, we need 6 stacks of tin rings. And 24 stacks of tin blades. Let's start with the tin rings. To make 6 stacks of this, we need 6 stacks of this. To make 6 stacks of this, we need 3 stacks of tin ingots. Okay. First things first. Let's go grab 3 stacks of tin ingots. Pop them in the cutting machine. Oh, I forgot to make this. You know what? Oh, we're gonna have to mallet all of those things. Is there anything else here that's making a lot of noise? Will I have this out? And finally, what I want to do is... connect that into there. And that into there. So now both of these will be operating at maximum capacity. And these should slowly start filling, if I'm right. Well, first it's going to fill this up. Once this gets full, then that will start. What is... Is this still just filling up? Yeah, okay, so this is going to be a little bit before the system is ready to handle this. So what I'm going to do is redo this pipe. Ah, there we go. Now it's a much more direct line. So now the excess should start building up between these two. There we go. Yeah, now that's at 1,000. At least I figured it would start building up between them. That was my idea when I started this. Huh. Where does the extra energy go? No, let's just let both of those fill up for a little bit. And then I'll see... So that will cover 4 machines. There we go. So that's only pulling 595. That's pulling 790. So my thought was, if I connect these together, the excess from here should be able to supply to here, and excess from here should be able to supply to here. So overall, the system should have extra. But it seems like as soon as you connect the two systems together, it does something weird. And all of a sudden starts using more power. I wonder if you didn't do it directly to the same system. If it would change it at all. Like, if it can see that this is a third distinct system of energy network, will it supply from this to this, from this to this, and from this to this without losing any? That one needs to fill up. We're just going to let those do their thing for a little bit while I go back to making the aluminum things. Put these through the compressor. Okay, so now we need to make 24 stacks of these. To make 24 stacks of these, we need 6 stacks of these and 12 stacks of these. Okay, let's handle the plates first. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now we can take these to the compressor, toss them in here. See, that actually is a good reason to get a second compressor. I don't have one pre-built, so I'm not going to bother. Well, 6 stacks of these requires 3 stacks. And into the cutting machine you go. Okay, that's now full. Ah, that is now full. So this only gets 340 excess right now, so it'll take a bit for that to fill up. So we would need to go find uranium ore nodes in order to get the moissanite necessary. To get moissanite dust. which we will need in order to get neodymium. And yttrium. What do we need yttrium for? Right, superconductor dust. And cadmium we need for batteries, I think. Yeah, batteries is it. You know, I'm actually kind of sad that they don't have an upgraded variant to the other battery recipes, like the redstone battery and the silicon battery that uses lithium, so that you could get two at a time, because that would actually be very nice for those two specifically. It would actually be nicer to have it on those and not have it on these later ones, like the cadmium and plutonium. Because the amount I need for each tier, or whenever I want to make stuff of higher tiers, it takes exponentially more of these lower tier things than the higher tier ones. Like if I want to make something that requires a plutonium battery, such as the quantum circuit board that requires 2 plutonium batteries, but that in turn requires, actually, let's look at it from the quantum circuit angle. So if I want to make a quantum circuit, that will require 2 plutonium batteries, 2 cadmium batteries, a silicon battery, and a redstone battery. But it will also require 4 of these, which adds an additional 8 cadmium batteries. And then we need 16 of these, which means an additional 16 silicon batteries. And we need 64 of these, which means an additional 64 redstone batteries. And then that's it. Which means the most we need when we want to make a quantum circuit is redstone batteries, because of how they get multiplied together. So having the lithium recipe having the lithium be a part of the lower tier recipe would actually be much nicer. Or having a secondary recipe for redstone batteries involving lithium, and otherwise being the same as the regular redstone battery recipe, would be very nice for dealing with that exponential increase. How far can I hop around here? Can I hop to anywhere from on top of here? Well, that's one way to get on top. Can I hop to... That's not what I meant to do. I cannot. Can I hop to here? I can. Okay, how are we doing? 3, 4, 5, 6, so that is half of them. Okay. And that is the last one going in. It's very nice to be dealing with overclock times 16 again, because all of the later recipes that I've been doing are all like overclock times 4 at max. So to be dealing with times 16 is very nice, because it goes so much faster. How much time... How do you calculate how much time each half reduces? Because if we have some variable x, let's just say it's 120 seconds, and we reduce it by half, that's removing 60 seconds. If you reduce that by half, it's 30 seconds additional. And the way to do that would be 120 over 2 minus 120 over 4. You pull out the 120 from each one. And you get a half minus a quarter. And the next thing would be a quarter minus an eighth, which is really the equivalent to always doing... Well, you can pull out a half, and then you would get 1 minus a half. You could pull out a quarter, and you would again get 1 minus a half. So 120 over 2, 120 minus, no, 120 over 1 minus 120 over 2, 120 over 2 minus 120 over 4. You can pull out the 120, then you get 1 over 1 minus 1 over 2. Then you would get 1 over 2 minus 1 over 4 is 30. Four and 8 would be 15. So you can always pull out the larger of the fractions, which would get you 1 over 1, bracket 1 over 1 minus 1 over 2. So we're actually going to change that into 2 and 2. 2 minus... So that would end up being 2 minus 1 over 2 times 1 times 120. Oh, this would just always be 1 minus 1 half. So it's really just 120 times a half times whatever the larger of the two fractions is. And we can exchange 120 for any length of time. So the difference between doing a 16th and a 32nd is 3.75 seconds. But the difference between an 8th and a 16th is 7.5 seconds. So the amount of seconds is also... Yeah, okay, never mind. That makes sense. And that's for something with 2 minutes. Okay. I feel like some of the motors got gobbled up somewhere. Not entirely sure how that happened. Okay, let's see if this still... So this one's getting drained. Okay. And now to make one stack of this, we need 1, 2, 3. And a half, although I think I already have some. Yeah. This makes 2 aluminum gears each. I need 2 aluminum gears each. So that means I need 4 stacks of aluminum plates. As well as 1 stack of aluminum rings. I think I'm gonna have like 1 or 2 extra in here. No, actually I might have the perfect amount. Because it seems like this has exactly 3 times this, so that should work out perfectly. Compress. We're gonna do it in that order. Even with everything being automated, there's still a lot of waiting around we gotta do. So this is full now, this is full, this is not full. That is decreasing, that is staying still, that is empty. Okay, so you can't connect two systems to each other. Is there anywhere that we could add an extra battery into here? That could actually take advantage of it. I'm actually kind of surprised that this doesn't fill up. You know, interestingly enough, something I could end up doing, probably not at HV tier or definitely not MV tier. Maybe once we get to EV tier, I could put up MV storage units between each of these lines. And then Could also change these lines to run parallel instead, or this direction. Would be worth it. Because then what I could do is I could connect this boiler up to it on this side and this one on this side. And neither of them would feed into each other at all. It would just be feeding twice into the same line. And then you would feed it out in each direction. And by using storage units, you could store up tons of energy. So that even if one section starts to pull way too much energy, there's always another. Or each has its own battery full of energy that it can sustain itself on. Okay. Assemble aluminum gears. We have to be careful about our plates and gears because we could accidentally build the wrong thing. Plates, curved, rod. Gears. Oh, that's gonna use way too much energy. I should not have done it 3 times. But it will get it done quickly at least. Oh, I found out where those other motors went. Well, I guess that is as good of a reason as any to just let that stay where it is so that I don't accidentally fill it up with motors in the future. Okay, so now we have to go make 2 oil rigs. One for the crude oil, one for the brine. Chlorine, hydrogen, lithium, sodium hydroxide. Where do I want to build this oil drilling rig? Because we're going to need the chlorine and methane, but we're also going to need the hydrogen to go to a lot of places. Do I want to build it on that side, maybe? Because we need a 5x5 area. This is at max a... Not 5x5. Actually, I wouldn't want to stuff it in here anyways. That would be a really bad spot to do it. Not that it would fit. Well, actually, no. Maybe it might fit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically, you could. That would be a really annoying spot to work with it, but you could do that. You know, it's hard to decide which system I want it on, because this one is always higher as a constant level, but this one is always has a higher potential that it might need to pull at any given time, because it has a lot more machines. Well, not necessarily a lot more, but a fairly decent chunk more, and it's going to grow even more than that one will. So maybe I do want to put my next oil rigs right by this one. Would save me some steel machine casings. I could connect it right here. Steel machine casings. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. So we would want this to be the one that would actually be shale oil. That way we would have more room to put it into a distillation tower. Whereas the brine, we just need an electrolyzer. Oh, wait, no. The brine we get from... Technically, we will also be putting this in a distillation tower solely for that. Uh, what could I possibly put this on? Okay. Actually, before I do that, I should probably do that. So I need to make a steel item input, an MV energy input, and an advanced fluid output. This will be turned into sulfuric light fuel in a distillery, combined with hydrogen. Combined with steam. Okay. So distillery into electrolyzer. Electrolyzer will have to send this into tank. Actually, we might just get rid of this entirely. I think I have better uses for ethanol. Yeah, I have a lot of better uses for ethanol. Other than raw biodiesel, so that means this is functionally useless to me. This is going to have to go to a bunch of places, so we will either have to pipe it around a lot, So we want steel item hatches here and here. Bronze. And we will do that. Then we need an MV energy input. This can go on any of the 5. Electrum. Okay. So this has to go from distillery into electrolyzer. This has to go from here into a distillation tower, into 2 different chemical reactors, which will almost certainly be transformed into large chemical reactors at some point. And then you will combine this naphtha with this. Might end up being the way we make lubricant in the future. Even though this has a lot more uses, it's also not terribly unuseful, or it might just be that we have so much of it that it becomes very useful to do that way. But for now, we're gonna have to go crude oil into another distillery. So it'll be shale oil into distillery, into chemical reactor, into another distillery, into another chemical reactor. Actually, it'll be another set of chemical reactors. For now, we can just go crude oil directly to a distillery, directly to a chemical reactor, into another chemical reactor, into another two distilleries. And we are going to want to use steam from here. So it might be best to do this on this side. So it's crude oil distillery, into a chemical reactor, into a chemical reactor with steam. So it has to be distillery, chemical reactor, chemical reactors. That means distillery, chemical reactor, chemical reactor. Alternatively, chemical reactor, distillery, which would mean this is a good spot. Oh, that's the wrong one, though. We'll do it on that one, then. And for this, it is distillery into electrolyzer. Probably best done on this side. There we go. That now has 64 aluminum drills. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, so in order to make one aluminum redder, you need a half aluminum ingot and another half aluminum ingot and 2. So that's 3 per, actually. Okay. I might have to double that, though. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 is 12. Yes. Start compressing that. Let's just get that to go by super quickly. Okay, and saltwater, distillery. It's going to be operating at an amount of 3,000 every 20 seconds. It's 150 per second. 7.5 per tick. Actually, we can leave it at 150 per second, because this will also operate on a second basis. And this makes 1,600 per tick, so that is more than enough to just distillery. I see. How many distilleries do we need for this? 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's just get all of the stuff we need for the distilleries. Press that. Press that. I was gonna say that's not enough. Chemical reactor, chemical reactor. Something like that. For now. Do I have a spare electrolyzer? How do you spell it? Troll? So each one of these is 3, which means that's 9. Okay, so that's 9, and we should also take a look at the chemical reactors. That is also 9 per, and we need 2 of them. Electrolyzer. Tin. Fluid pipe motor. Oh, I just lost power. That means my stream is probably gonna go down. 1 sec. I'm gonna mute. If my stream comes back, I don't know if you'll even be hearing this. It's gonna be on the recording, I guess. So for the recording, I've just lost internet for some reason. And power in general. I'm gonna go check on some things. Oh, you're kicked in. Right back. Okay. Let's see if I can get my script to come back on. Um, Sorry, I have to see if my network is... Wi-Fi isn't on. Or is on, but it's not connecting. Reconnection successful. Okay, so I should be back to streaming. My bitrate's terrible. Okay, why isn't my screen turning back on? Power went out. Now screen won't turn back on. Now computer screen won't turn back on. Now monitor maybe? Yeah, let's go with monitor. Sorry, I have to check something. We're just gonna turn the screen off entirely for a moment. Oh, Minecraft just crashed. Well, my bitrate is back to normal. This is a annoying ass hassle. Now that I've let it off for a moment, let's see what happens if I turn it on. There we go. Now it's back up and running. The game is not booting, so we're going to try and restart that. Okay, I'm just going to close the FTB app and reopen that itself. Okay, now now the game seems to be opening fine. It's just going to take some time to load. It's actually showing the launching Statech Industry section. That is displaying all of the stuff that's... Oh, there we go. The window is opened up. There we go. Now I'm going to watch for... Okay, good. It's appeared on stream now. Now we just have to reload the world. Not much should have happened after the game crashed. Okay, I wanted to make another full stack of pumps. Which means I need 3 stacks of tin routers, and each router is 3 tin nuggets. So 1 stack of tin routers should be 3 stacks of this. That means it should be 9? Is that right? Okay. I am using a lot of soldering alloy. It's going to take a bit to regenerate. Okay, now we can go back over to here and get the electrolyzer, as well as the chemical reactor. I see. We need to make press that, do that. Brine. Out, out, in, out. Fluid pipe. Seems like all of these are going up. Okay, let's go down below Electrum. Mallet. And I actually have to choose what is being distilled, I just realized. We want light fuel. Steam cracked. So we need ethylene and methane. This will be added to a chemical reactor for polyethylene, which will be done in an assembler for digital circuit boards. Methane will have to be added to a chemical reactor with chlorine for hydrochloric acid and chloroform. Light fuel. So this now needs hydrogen. Brine. Sodium hydroxide. Okay, so now we have to deal with chlorine, hydrogen, and lithium. Fluid pipe. Blue. And chlorine is a kind of go with yellow? This is going to be hydrogen, this is going to be chlorine, and this is going to be lithium. Chlorine is going to go with the methane from over there to make hydrochloric acid and chloroform. Okay, so we have this going. We have this mostly going. We have that going. We don't have that yet. So right now we're looking at where we want those two things to go. Hydrogen needs to be used for a lot of things. Tank. Compressor. So, hydrogen is going to go into this one. Lithium is going to go into this one. Oh, wait. In. I don't want to take out of there. I want to bring these all down here. So set the priority to each of these up to 1. And down here, we will set them all to -1. Okay. Now, this hydrogen needs to go over to there, and it will be used to make light fuel. And it will also need to be pumped over to be combined with fluorine somewhere to make hydrofluoric acid. Okay, so that right there just got us past the hydrogen, which got us this, this, this. So the methane needs to be combined with the chlorine in another chemical reactor. And that will get us to hydrochloric acid. And we'll wipe out another two things. The sulfuric acid needs yet another chemical reactor, so that's two more chemical reactors needed. And then we need to combine it with the manganese, sulfuric solution. I'm definitely going to have to reorganize all of this off stream at some point. The hydrochloric acid we need to combine with the chromium. And that will have us getting two more types of dust. That will also have us getting the chloroform, which will mean we will then have to work on fluorine, hydrofluoric acid. And, okay, so what we can do right now is make one chemical reactor, two chemical reactors, three chemical reactors, four chemical reactors. And then I'm not going to worry about... Actually, no, I should. 5 chemical reactors, 6 chemical reactors, 7 chemical reactors, 8 chemical reactors, 8 chemical reactors is what we're going to make. Okay? We can do that. That's not too bad. Oh, we should probably get a bucket out We'll be getting plenty, so that is fine. I just realized I should probably double check. Sulfuric light fuel bucket. There we go. Advanced machine casing, large pump. Charges players' items in a 11 by 11 area. I wish they continued to add further upgrades to these wireless chargers. They wouldn't even really have to get much bigger than this. Like 21 by 21 by 21 is already pretty big. Although actually I would kind of like it if they did keep getting bigger, but specifically the charging rate would have been very nice. If they kept multiplying by 4. So we need ethylene. Scrap box. Matter fabricator. So we are just going to hold on to those. Okay. Am I going to be doing anything else with the chlorine? No, I'm just going to be turning it into hydrochloric acid. So how much hydrochloric acid do you get from 2,000 millibuckets here? I mean, we can make it equal to this by just, or we can see what the difference is by just looking at half of this. So 1,000 becomes 2,000, 1,000 would become 1,000 plus 250. 250 would get multiplied by 2.5 and added to the 1,000, so you get 1,625. So you lose out just a little bit of hydrochloric acid, but you get chloroform out of it, and you need the chloroform, so... So we need to make 8 chemical reactors. So that is 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. So that means it's 6 per each. 6 times 8 is 12, times 4 is 24, times 2 is 48. Oh, hey, that's back up to 51k. Very nice. $16. What am I missing now? I see. So now I need to make 3 times 5 is 15. 15 times 3 is 45. Compressor, cutting machine. One, two, three, four, five. Get rid of that. This. And perfect. Okay, so this is going to be one here and one here. Actually, we could probably bring that back to here. Or maybe even bring it over to here. So we have to combine the methane with the chlorine to get hydrochloric acid. And then the hydrochloric acid goes into yet another chemical reactor. Yeah, let's bring this over here. No, we are going to do this over here. Chemical reactor. We're going to do lead dust for now. Polyethylene will then be used in an assembler. Yellow fluid pipe. Item pipe. Item pipe orange. Actually, that's the wrong one. I want a fluid pipe. Orange. Sulfur. You know what? I'm just gonna take this one underground. Okay. So prioritize is taking iron out of this one, which means that we will forever and always have enough manganese to fill this. And if it does manganese faster than iron, then it... Well, sorry. As long as it does manganese faster than iron, this will always provide enough iron for the system. If we produce manganese slower, so this fills up, then once this can no longer produce iron dust, this will kick in to produce the iron dust for us. And that's actually fine, because this actually produces iron dust at a better ratio for each iron ore, so this is best as the... That works best as the iron dust producer. But it doesn't particularly matter which one is... where? For the moment, I am just going to... Mallet. Manganese, goes straight into an electrolyzer. That's a great sound of gulping. It's the only thing I can think to describe it with. So we're now using up the sulfuric acid, the chlorine, and the methane, and the ethylene. We have already got it down to just a few more gases to go. So next we have to work on the hydrochloric acid, the chloroform, hydrogen, sulfuric acid. I should add this into the mix. Chloroform has to happen after we start making this. Which has to happen after that. Then you combine these and you get this. And then you combine these and you get this, and then you take this and you make the op amps. Yeah, and you can't do this until you have HV automated. Pretty much. Well, I mean, you could do it before automation, but you definitely have to get to HV tier. And it's going to be a while before we can do that, so we can just let that build up for now. Aluminum, we still have... We've only gone through half a stack so far, so we are going to have enough to go for quite a while. Yeah, and we don't really have to redo any of this until after we get to the distillery tower. Which will also be when we redo a lot of other chemical reactor stuff for the large chemical reactor. Fluid pipe. Okay. assume that has to go into an electrolyzer. And you get hydrogen and chlorine back. And here you get sulfuric acid back. How's the system handling all of this? Ooh, we are just about capped out. I could try disconnecting this from here. And connecting it to here. Let's see what it goes to. So that jumps up to 823. And this jumps down to 504. I think we will do that for now. So that way I have more leeway on this system. Further machines. But I actually have to go AFK for a minute. Unless... Never mind. Actually, I do have to go to the bathroom still, though. So where's my manganese? My chromium. My chromium is here. So that means chemical reactor. Let's blacklist this. Yellow item pipe. Chromium. There we go. I remembered to set this to a higher priority first, right? I did not. hydrochloric acid. I need yet another color of fluid pipe. I want lime. So I could run it through here on the top side. Actually, never mind. No, it would run into some things, so we are not going to do that. Hydrochloric acid. Okay. So now we can cancel the hydrochloric acid. I think the important part right now is that everything I add on this side of the machines is in the proper place so that I don't have to place it down again later. Whereas for this, all the distillery stuff, it can all be placed over here and redone later. I think that's how I want to do it for now. Okay. So in order to do this, we need to make one of these. To make one of these, we need 3 of these. And I have to do that twice. That means we need 6, and it's 3 per, so that is 18. Compress. We can use the regular fluid pipes. Actually, no, let's use the yellow. Manganese tiny dust. So, electrum. 1, 2 versus... we can just do that. Hydrogen and chlorine. If we wanted to take those, we would have to take them all the way to here, and that would be with a blue pipe and a yellow pipe. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I am very glad that that chose the right thing. Hydrogen and yellow pipe is just follow. And now we can pull that out, and now we just have to deal with the dusts coming out. Compress, compacting dryamine, at drawers, to drawer lock. Okay, now we want to see both of these above 20. They aren't because I haven't connected them into this yet. I guess the easiest way to do that is... this. And this... It's not quite as pretty as the rest of them. But there we go, we are getting chromium and manganese. Which means we can now get stainless steel. But before we continue down that path, I want to get a bucket out. Oh, I see. Diamond. Bejeweled. Let's see what kind of barrels we have. We have this one. Netherite barrel. Obsidian barrel. Okay, what kind of chests do we have? Obsidian chest? Oh, actually, I do have netherite barrels, doy. This one has nothing in it. Now we should go get a hydrochloric acid bucket, chromium, and manganese. Okay, I have to deal with the excess sulfuric acid coming out of there. And... we don't need anything ore related. Actually, I'll keep that one. That one's new. Did I just get 4 more basic upgrades? Yeah. Okay, well, I'll upgrade that. Let that go even higher. So that we can fill up our aluminum better. Okay, that goes there. Heat-proof machine casing. What do we need to make for the guns mod stuff? Blueprint, hardened, any gun. Okay, so we don't need to make ammo, so I can get rid of this. I don't really want to keep this, actually. It's going to be super easy to make once we get it going. Peridot goes into an electrolyzer and we get magnesium, silicon, raw iron, oxygen. I do not need sulfuric acid buckets, thank you very much. Oh, we have to get a bucket of salt water. Salt ore. Yeah, so before we continue down any further paths, we are going to want to make this in a mixer. Do I have an extra mixer? I do have an extra mixer. I am going to want to gather up stainless steel dust on its own. So that we can make Conthal dust, and so that we can make Enderium and stainless hot steel. So this is just going to be... I'm going to start a new row. nickel, manganese. We aren't going to need this for anything for a while. It won't be until we start making arithmetic logic units. Oh, actually, no, No, wait, no, that's for this. I was thinking of how these gates are needed, but... yeah. Could start making sodium batteries, actually. We have everything we need for them. And it would mean our lithium isn't going to total waste. Conthol, stainless steel. Gonna need this in order to get to annealed copper. We don't even need this to get to annealed copper. It just tells us that we need it, but we actually get oxygen from most other places. From a lot of other places that are more useful. Do we need to get to Conthol tier in order to make the digital circuit at all? We don't need it to do any of this. Hey, we need a chloroform bucket. We already have those. Assembler. I don't need capacitors. Oh. Well, that's fine. It worked out. So what more do I need netherite ingots for? I need 2 for a disk drive. Four for a basalt generator. So that's 8. Sorry, 6. Already have this one. $10. Okay, and I believe the rest are just for withered blocks. Especially because they're needed as part of the boss crusher. Okay, let's go to the section with all my batteries. Lithium. He's going. Damn. Let's say this is out. Out. So we have to get to there. There we go. In, that should be out. Okay, so we are now producing infinite lithium. We were already producing infinite hydrogen. Technically, we were already producing infinite lithium. It just wasn't going anywhere. Now it's actually being used for something. Okay. So now we need 2 electric blast furnaces. One for... Oh. Stainless steel dust. So this gets us annealed copper. Titanium. Are we making steel dust? How do you make steel dust? Oh, you have to macerate ingots. This is required in order to make enderium. Interesting. I think what we want to do with the remainder of today and the next time we stream this, which will be next 2 days from now, is prioritize this bottom half of the area. Because once we get this automated to HV tier, we can upgrade all of our machines to HV tier, our cables to HV tier, our inputs and outputs to HV tier. Because we want to be storing up these. We don't need to store those. We don't need to store any of that either. Right now, the two things we're going to be trying to add to our storage system here are these two things. And in order to get to this, we first have to get this and this. To get to this, we need stainless steel plates. That's the only thing we're missing. Everything else we actually already have going. And all of our gates are just missing op amps. And in order to get that, we just have to keep going down the path here. So I think by the end of next stream, we should be able to have these automated. Which is good, because we can't increase the amount of these that we're storing until after we can increase our aluminum production, and we aren't going to be able to do the same with the next thing until we get higher stainless steel production. So both of those are going to have that removed. You know, there's kind of an interesting offset that's happened with a lot of these. This belongs to the next tier. This belongs to this tier. This should really be down here. I probably will reorganize this at some point. It'll just be hard to figure out where I want everything. Like, where do I move these motors to? Pretty much every tier is just going to be the same 4x4. So once we swap that with that, it becomes a question of where do we put the motor in the drill. Actually, I could put this drill over here. Oh well. So do I want to continue down this path or focus on this path? I think I want to do the stainless steel next. So we need an electric blast furnace, which means we need to get out our heat-proof casings, our copper nickel coils, an electric blast furnace, which we do not have. How many hot ingots are we going to automate? I assume most of them. Like, we're definitely going to automate annealed copper. Probably automate chromium. Yes. Inderium, yes. I already know that. Conthol, maybe? Maybe not, actually. I'm gonna say no, probably not. We'll probably use applied energistics to do an on-demand thing for Conthal. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably. Yeah. 7. Probably 8. We'll say 8 because of qubits. I mean, we could do on-demand crafting for that, maybe. Yeah, but this takes such a long time, it's probably better to have it automated. So we're going to want to find a way to do 8 heat exchangers side by side. And hopefully 8 electric blast furnaces. Problem I'm seeing is with 8 side by side, it shares 2 sides, which means you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks total with which to work. One of them has to be the energy, one of them has to be the item, and for the ones that require it, one of them will have to be fluid. This will only require 1 hatch. This will require 2 hatches. So I'll have to find a spot to put in manganese sulfuric solution. A spot for molten nether star. A spot for molten inderium. And a spot for oxygen. 2 of those I can put on the left and right side. So I think I'm going to build that here. Facing this way. Because it's going to have to go into a bunch of heat exchangers. Actually, cryo. Where will we be getting the argon and helium from? Argon we're going to have to use for some other things. One will be another electric blast furnace, actually. Once we get the heat exchanger, it is either going to be... It's probably going to end up being turned this way, which means I need at least one block gap here. So that I don't have to move this later on. Which in turn means I might as well move this one closer here. And that will open up this spot for the heat exchanger. Actually, the heat exchangers might have to be stacked vertically. I think that's the only way that I'll have enough room for hatches. And even then, I might not be able to stack them at all. Or I might only be able to stack 2 tall. But if I can only stack 2 tall, maybe I can stack 2 wide. I don't know. That'll have to be something I figure out later. For now... So, we are going to need another item input hatch, one for each of them. We are also going to then need 2 item output hatches, one for each of them. We are also going to need an MV energy input hatch for each of these. Item input, item output. Item output, item input. Could do this. It's pretty simple. Use this to move things between. These to pick up and drop off. Invar with slot locking. Oh yeah, because you have to make sure to lock stainless steel or otherwise you'll start getting Invar. Drawer. Gonna have to reorganize this some more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can use this as a way to stand up here. Okay, so we're gonna move that up to there. So we're gonna move that to there. Lead, antimony, nickel, silicon should actually probably be later in this list. We're going to put it right after electrum. Actually, right after battery alloy. But we should probably put steel earlier. Put steel right here. I guess I should see which of these comes first, actually. Statech or gate. I actually don't care to keep this. We are also going to actually expand this all by one more. To account for the amount of drawers we're going to need to continue going forwards. 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there any more that aren't alloys? That's an alloy, alloy, alloy. Pretty much an alloy. Alloy, alloy. We could move silicon up to there. Or aluminum. I think I'd rather move silicon. Move you. Which comes first, electrum or steel? Oh, definitely steel. Technically, steel comes before all of these. Electrum, Invar, and copper, nickel. The only one it doesn't come before is bronze, so... Okay, first off, why isn't the stainless steel coming into our inventory? Have we not connected this up yet? No, we haven't. We actually might be getting stainless steel slightly faster than we're getting rid of it. I'm not quite sure. No, I don't think so, actually. Oh hey, we have a bunch of electric mixers. I assume some of those are quest rewards, because we only needed one for something I can no longer remember. Oh, I think those are stainless steel. Okay, we are going to have to end pretty much here. The one thing I think I could do if I really wanted to is craft a compressor and assembler and get the digital circuit boards going. And then next time we would just need to get the 3 assemblers for the gates going, an assembler for the op amps going, as well as the process to get to the polytetrafluoroethylene. Actually, the last thing I'm going to do is figure out when beryllium gets used. So we don't use beryllium until we start doing nuclear. And when does titanium get used? Last proof. I think that means the next tier. Yeah, so this is when we start dealing with titanium. Centrifuging emeralds and cadmium can be obtained by centrifuging monzonite. Yeah, so titanium comes before beryllium. It's actually kind of wild that we have something for such a late game part, or for what is part of the late game, and we're already chock full of it this early. Just somewhat wild to me. We might need to move this to the left one. I did like having it at the center, but the only other option is going to be to move the dust somewhere else. I just realized I can just hit this on the side. I don't have to do it on top. I'll just put that there for now so it looks slightly more symmetrical. Do I want to take the time to make another blast furnace? I mean, it's really actually not that hard. So that would make 3 stacks. There we go. I did need that wire mill. Solely for copper nickel cables. I mean, I guess I could sneak it into one of these. Oh, actually, I would still need a wire mill. Air mill and the unpacker. I could pipe that over to here. Black fluid pipe. I want to match the liquids up more to what they are actually. looking like. Okay, we can pop all of those away for now. Same with those. Unpacker. It's actually the assembler that we need. Okay. Oh, it looks like our stainless steel is empty already. But as a final thing, we can upgrade this to the next tier. Statech. So now we have 3 rows, and each row can hold 4,096. What do we need for the next one? Inderium. Technically, I could make that right away. I will hold off. I don't use the dank that much. It's mostly just when I have to go mining. Speaking of which, I might try and go find uranium nodes for the Mozzanite. Because the only other way I can get it is via legendary stat tech coins, and I wouldn't really want to do it. Actually, the reason I might do it this way is just because 8 will get me up to 24, 36, 36 over 9 is 4. I thought so. So that's 4 times 3 is 12. 12 rods will get 12 advanced motors. 12 advanced motors will get uh, 6 pumps, which will get 6 times 4 is 24 stainless steel drills. 24 stainless steel drills will get consumed 4 out of 100 times. So that's 1 out of 25 times. So that's 24 hits times 24 drills. It's 576 hits divided by 4 is 144 Moissanite ore. If you divide by 8, that's 18 times as much. And I assume every cycle is 18 times as much as the previous time? Yeah, it should come out to that. So that means just spending 4 coins can very easily get us started on our Moissanite. I think the biggest problem is just going to be that we probably have to do the first couple purely by hand, because until we have enough that it will start producing more before it's consumed the ones that are already in there. I think you have to do at least the very first batch by hand. After that, you should be producing enough to automate the rest, and it should just cycle back. Carbon plates, carbon dust, energy crystal, synthetic redstone. Okay. It's not bad. Okay. I have to go now. So, offline... See, the thing is, well, I could just spend this on this. If I can't go find any Moissanite ore offline, that is also something to do. Since right now, I don't really have anything to do. It's just waiting for things to build up. You know, like, stainless steel. How is this going? This isn't being made because we don't have any hydrochloric acid. We don't have any hydrochloric acid because we aren't doing anything with the chloroform yet. So we can't get any more stainless steel until we finish automating that. Which means the only thing that can build up at this point is manganese and more aluminum. I mean, that right there is a fine enough reason to let it continue to build. As well as the sodium batteries. But yeah, I'll probably try and go find some Moissanite offline at some point. If I can remember to. Or find the time to. But that is going to be it for today's stream. Let me throw up the ending screen. Okay, thank you all for coming. I will be back tomorrow with Elden Ring, which is what I thought we were going to have to do today, but I was lucky enough to get everything done that I needed to in order to do Minecraft. So we'll be back tomorrow with with Elden Ring. We'll be doing a run with the Axe of Godfrey. Thank you all for coming. I'll catch you all next time. Goodbye.